What's up, slot machine? Buenos dias, Padre del Stocks. Let's see. Do, 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 do. Boop. Boom. Ding ding. All right. Let's see how this shit looks for today. Sold calls to the upside 65.70. Sold calls to the downside 55.50. That's synthetic short at 59.50. Failure at 59.50 is pretty bearish. DN and GN are both at 59.48. So we'll have to see how positioning comes in here. We're getting some sold puts at 55 and 60, 45 and 40 into market open. Although those won't be very supportive if we drop to the downside. Some bot calls out at 65. Volatility is kind of flat. So we'll see if that gets slammed down. ES rejecting the 6,000 test into open. So I might fill this downside gap pretty quickly. Echo? What do you mean echo? There's no echo. I'm trying to down this coffee. Been a brutal week working every hour between this and my job. It sucks. Skew moved back down the last couple of days. Is this rally a sham? Very well could be, yeah. Skew moved up quite a lot yesterday, but it snapped back down, or the day before yesterday, but it snapped back down last night. We'll have to find out. It's very close to not being a sham. The unicorns lured my inner 9-year-old right in. It's like the front of a trapper keeper. Should have been on its way to 350, maybe. Hmm. Ooh, Tesla looks dumpy. Getting some more sold puts around 55.60. Bought puts at 50. It's up 1.5%. Amazon and Google are down. AMD is down. Apple's down. Microsoft's kind of flat. Meta is dropping. Let's go to Netflix up. Still quite a lot of sold calls below spot. Failure of 50, we'd probably drop to 59.20. Would be the next downside support. And there's bot puts pretty much all the way down, so it could be a very, very slow drop. I haven't even entered an AGL position yet, I don't think. I put one in, but yeah, orders haven't filled. Really? What a fucking cunt. The support at 25.40 discussed in Pickles Picks isn't looking as strong anymore. It looks like the short puts there have closed largely. There's still a couple bot calls left in that range, but not very many. They might have fallen off with the retail sales print. Those were from last night. They're not. I don't see them there this morning. So volume's up on the Feb strikes. The pickle jar is buying in. The pickle jar is keeping me from buying in. Fucking shouldn't tell you guys about shit. Inventories are what, 10 o'clock? I like the sound of the potential. That's kind of cool. Fucking options are super cheap, so I figured, why not? Hmm. Are you still in your straddle? Yep. Was this the outcome required for vol crush? I mean, vol's not going to crush if we fall back below DNGN. EGL will probably provide a better entry, I'm guessing. Well, I kind of hope it does, so my options fill. But I don't know. It's like right at gamma neutral. Gamma neutral is like 285. So I feel like either breaks back above it or it's probably gonna fail, in which case that would suck. How the fuck is Tesla getting support at 416? Hmm, 412, 405. Is that the Tesla 30 EMA? No, the 30 EMA is down at 399.26. I mean, it's the 30 EMA on the like 1 hour or not even. What's going on with XRT, as mentioned in Pickles Picks? The delta as a percentage of its market cap has exploded. It's quite a lot. Lots of options. I guess more specifically, lots of puts. Put call ratios like 6.64 to 0.48. Well, yeah. Ooh. We're gonna lose delta and gamma neutral here? Because that would be bearish. Hmm. Oh, lame. Stopped out. Puts. 25. 'That's bearish. Let's save this shit. Hmm. Ten minutes till data. What do we have coming in? Got business inventories, NHAB housing market, retail inventories X auto. That's it. We have a 4 and an 8 week auction a little bit later. Looking for an entry to day traded Tesla intraday bounce. Can you tell me like for a low on Tesla? Looks like supports at like 405, maybe 400. There's not a lot of support at like 420 or 415, so AGL is telehealthcare for geriatrics. I don't know what the fuck it is. Its options looked interesting. We have business inventories coming up. Does GS track SPX after our session? I mean, Globex? We do, but GS doesn't. Are you talking about like the end of day data? The end of day data doesn't update with the overnight shit. The live data will have the overnight trades in it when it opens for the morning. It seems like the entire pump is de-risking. Nobody actually wants to be bullish up here. Why didn't you warn us? Huh. Is anyone still buying XRP? I don't know where to find DD. I'm not. I don't know. I don't even know where you find crypto information. No, we don't track business inventories. I remember when I discovered Globex, and my life has become worse because of it. Yeah. If data is just forecast, so we go back up, and it doesn't make retail sales better. Not substantially. Inventories would have to be way down. I don't think they will be. Imagine buying QQQ 515 weekly puts when everyone was busy pumping their fist and patting each other on the back that we got the soft landing. Hmm. Okay. QQQ at like 516 right now? I think a lot of non-traders would disagree with the soft landing take. I think a lot of everybody would disagree with the soft landing. I think the problem is we just haven't landed and nobody knows why. 1 week left until BOJ decision, and carry trade is at all-time highs. Next week has some spiciness possibilities. Yeah. Yeah, I disagree, but I keep getting called expletives when I say that. The economy isn't a plane, it's a hovercraft. Hmm. Holy shit, what the fuck is this price action? Is this about to bounce? I don't know. Oh. No? Well, maybe. Maybe with the data. There's some, like, put selling. A little bit of put selling at 55. And 40. But besides that, there's not many short puts coming into the downside till like 5,900. So I think it's possible that this fails just because they're pulling back short puts. Any clue when Fubo FTDs are expected? No. It's got like fucking 600,000 shares. Who gives a shit about its FTDs? Or 600 million. What's the float on Fubo? It's fucking absurd. 300 million. Yeah. Who fucking cares about a few 100,000 FTDs? Fuck that. Thanks. Yeah, it's not gonna be very relevant. Maybe ETF FTDs could be a little bit important, but I don't know what IWM's got. What I feel like the data in a few minutes is about to get me good. I don't know. I hope the data in a few minutes gets me good. I want this thing to fucking dump. Ooh wee poopy butthole. Double bottom is being violated. Yeah, I saw Hindenburg quit. It should be bullish for Carvana, right? Clearly, if they can't stay in business. 15% tax on my AQN dividend payout. Thanks, Canada. How much did you get? I only got like 2 grand. 2,200? 7 cents. Let's see. Business inventory is 0.1 month over month. Not great, but up. Those are for November. NHAB housing market index up. Retail inventories X auto way the fuck up. Ouch. 0.5. Prior month was 0.1. Oh, people aren't buying shit. That's awkward. Prediction on how far we fall on SPX? We could drop down to 25 pretty easily. There's a little bit of support at 20. 25 is not even that supportive. 20 is a little supportive. There's some sold puts here at like 59.30, but I don't think they matter much. There's some bot puts at 15. I mean, technically, we could pull all the way back to 5,900. But, you know, 38's been kind of important as a technical level. So maybe it has some importance here. We'll see. Me and my blasted lines. Some fucking dip buyers coming in on NQ. Yeah, that doesn't put us in a good position on SPX yet, though. The fuck was the point of that? Weird. Why? Fucking stream sniping? I don't even have a stop. What are they gonna snipe? That was such a weird pump. There's like no fucking open interest here at all. Like you have like negative gamma from like 25 down to, or like out to 45, and they just pumped like from here to here. Retail, yeah. Maybe it's just like NQ. Price action on NQ looks way more aggressive. This is fun. Man, bulls really don't want this to drop. It's still not relevant. That was a pump. No, it was just back to the same spot though. Like they have to get it over. They have to get it over 52 to save this. Otherwise, we're still under DNGN. Just a big gaping hole of gamma below us. Maybe it's just some profit taking. I think so, though. Doesn't look like those are closing out. Someone's pretty aggressively selling the 50 call. They're trying to keep us above gamma flip. It's 52. Looks like they shake it off, but they need 52. Yeah, which they just got rejected off of. Not hard dump. Still gotta fall back below 48. Then we could dump harder. 48, 41. They're pretty important. Just like very little downside support. Like a little bit at 30, 40, and 20. Not a lot. Vol picks up under 40 too. $35 is where we bounced. But we bounced there on puts being sold at the 40 strike. Ow. No big deal, just maybe interesting later. Hmm. That's interesting. Still some sold puts at 40. Apple's went straight down. Could watch for a reversal on that. I don't think Apple has a lot of downside support. It already bounced off of gamma neutral on the 13th. Yeah, the uptick in Delta there was pretty shitty. Yeah, Apple doesn't have any support under like 235 at all. If it gets back above 235, look a little bullish. Hmm. Okay, since you mentioned sold puts, does it take more puts sold at the 40 strike to bounce it when at 35 or less? We have more delta when we're at 35 and they sell them at 40. I mean, if you're trying to drive the price up, it's better to sell the in the money put than the out of the money put. Selling the out of the money put tends to just be supportive. Selling the in the money put's usually pretty bullish. But it can also be like selling as far as I'm looking at it can also be, it's just like, it can be sell to open or buy to close. So it could be that, 40 puts are also taking profit and also being sold to open. Yeah, I'm long yen. Not as much as I was last time because it hasn't dropped to like 160 or something, but I have some positions. I feel like it's one of those devoid of reality days where a pump to 6,000 could come out of nowhere. Getting this back above gamma neutral is going to be fairly difficult anyway. Getting it above 59.75 today would be very hard, I think. They're going to have to build quite a lot more support here. 70 is not unreasonable if we can break back out to the upside. When was a good time to short Tesla? I shorted it earlier, but I got stopped out of it. I mean, the failure of 420 was a pretty good signal. I don't know if it's going to keep dropping, but it could. Is the consolidation bullish or bearish here? It's still bearish. Bit volatile, but it still looks bearish. A little breakdown would have been nice before the pump. The problem, I think the reason they're defending it so aggressively is that there isn't a little breakdown here. That's like quite a large one if it happens. And they'd have to dig themselves out of a much deeper hole. Also, put delta would go up, and we would move closer to that, where that, like, peak leverage is. They really don't want price down around, like, 5,900. They definitely don't want it in the 5,800s. News on DATS. That's up 40% today. No idea. I looked at Adobe myself and found out I was right about the island reversal. Thanks for nothing, boo-boo. Okay. I don't even remember you bringing it up. Fucking Walker trying to pump this market. NQ give up on 21,400? Not yet. A Waller saying there's going to be 3 to 4 rate cuts this year? When? Hmm. What a dickhead. He's more confident on inflation than his peers. Everyone's asking which way this is going as it trades in a $10 range. Yeah. I think it's pretty simple. We lose 38, we dump. We break out above 52, we probably keep breaking out. 53. Oil yeeting is going to be great for inflation. Sure. Yeah, $80 a barrel oil is always really good for inflation. There's nothing Americans love more than paying more money at the pump. Look at some bank earnings. They don't seem to reflect this soft landing thing we have going on here. Delinquencies up, charge-offs up, offset by fees. It's offset by fees and massive gains in equities trading. Did you see Morgan Stanley's fucking trading profits? The investment banks are just degenning everyone's money. It's like 3.3 billion up from an expected 2.5. Why are we chopping? Because bulls are trying to keep us from slipping before they get blown up. If we fall below support here, bulls are going to get gaped real hard. Can you still measure liquidity with the terrible options chain? I don't know. Did we re-add a BNAD? No. I could see if we can add it this weekend. I'd say we'd add it tonight, but I have to aggressively fight against Dork and making it a trading platform where it updates and we can change things quickly versus like a long-term investing platform where we update shit once a week or every month. You mean Morgan Stanley's over leveraging your 401k to prop the market up? No. It's fine. I'm not gonna like break the buck or anything, right? UBS did not degen into the market, or they did it incorrectly. They probably just did it incorrectly. Can you measure liquidity without options chains? Yes. I mean, I can look into BNAD. I don't know what ETFs it's in anymore, though. Maybe I still just am measuring it. Oh, I still am. Yeah. Uh, I don't see any like serious liquidity issues on it right now. Not like there were before. It looks like it's getting shorted. Actually. Pretty hard. Um, Interesting, but price is going up. It's kind of... Yeah, I could look into it a little bit more. Is that a gap? Yeah, I need to see the options chain on it. It looks kind of interesting. It's hard to tell because there's not like a ton of historic data on its liquidity anymore because of the reverse split. Hmm. Dude, this is fucking bullshit. I don't know why bulls keep trying to pump it higher. A fucking shitload of resistance at 50. It seems like such a waste. Like, it'd make more sense to just let it fall and fucking sell some in the money puts and try to reverse it or something and pick up some momentum. They pump it or die, you know this? Yeah, but like, I mean, there's a little support at 30. It's not that fucking bad. All they're doing here is just compounding a shitload of risk at spot, which means if they do fail, it's gonna be twice as bad. Yeah, I read that Hindenburg's disbanding. We'll just assume death threats from Carvana. Turns out running around losing billionaires billions isn't a long-term strategy. Remember when the last time the Fed went into panic save face mode when the market was about to crash at 4,000? Now they're doing it at all-time highs instead. Well, I don't know whether it's tell the bond market they're going to cut more. Like, do they want rates to go higher? Like, they're just going to fuck the banks. No one's going to be like, oh, thank God the Fed's going to cut. Inflation's still up. I mean, like, the inflation reports weren't that fucking good. A 1 month drop in core CPI after like 4 months of being at 0.3 is not a fucking reversal in the trend. Sometimes I think that the people at the Fed don't understand what like CPI looks like. Like, do they just sit around the table waiting for like the inflation print and it comes in at 0.1 and they start like high-fiving each other? Or do they actually look at the CPI chart, which is just like fucking a straight line up for the last 3 years? Because all that happens is that, for the last 3 months CPI is going like this, right? It's been going like this, and now it's going like this. That's still fucking up. It's bearish is the new bullish. Actually. Waller's getting ready to go out there for his speech. Some bank executive standing behind him. It's just like, just bring yields at the top end of the curve down. I don't care what you fucking have to say. Otherwise, you're not getting your engagement fee. No board seat for you when you retire. High fives and chest bumps all around. And then someone dumps Gatorade on JPOW. That's why he looked so sweaty last time. Just giving bears cheaper puts. Some buying on the 59.35 put. Is this distributive? A bit, yeah. These candles are wild. They actually are. Yeah. I think this is far more about like futures, but I think more specifically like NQ and not losing the 21.4 level. Like a lower low on NQ here would probably prompt a larger sell off. And the next like downside support is pretty far away. Like 21,250 maybe. There wasn't a ton of support at 21.3 yesterday. A little bit. Here, I'll slap some lines in. Maybe they're just trying to de-risk some of the put leverage while we're here before we fall back into it. Because put delta just rockets to the downside of spot. Like, this is roughly where we closed last night. A little lower. Right? But, like, look at put delta. Like, 0.9 moneyness, put delta goes from up 1.5 trillion. That's quite a lot. I'm so excited to pay for this platform. Working on making that a thing. Alright, let's get a fucking lower high. Fucking new low. It's bullshit. Stupid fucking chop. Piling up the questions here. Of course you are. Can you explain the moneyness scale? Yeah, it's 1-0 is at the money. 1-1 is in the money. 0-9 is out of the money. And then, further out of the money or in the money on either side. So as and wherever price is currently is always 1.0. So if we were to move down broadly, right, this is all options that we track. So if we were to move down, put delta across the entire market goes up very rapidly. If we were to move up, call delta goes up, but not quite as fast. Entirety of the chain strikes all the chains, all the options. Hence options macro data. There's three curves. One is net delta. So it's the OI delta value. And then you have net calls and puts. We really need a key on those, but we'll get one slapped in there. Net's pink, puts are orange, calls are green, which you can see if you mouse over them. But next support 410 on Tesla. Yeah, a little bit at 410. Mostly 405, 400. Yeah, IV picks up quick to the downside. Under 430, like 430 to 5900. IV ramps up quite a lot. Just like it's just gonna bleed for. That's like a good sign, right? If we can keep testing 52, that would be sweet. I mean, every time we do, we keep leaving gaps to the downside. I wonder if they're trying to, like, shake the bears off? It's not working. Hmm. At some point, the candlestick area will just zoom horizontally and leave scrolling and strikes margin to zoom vertically. It already does that. Oh, you mean like the candlesticks move instead of just the chart? I don't know. Eventually, like the goal is standard functionality. So it's also flip kind of looks like it's making lower highs on these tests of 52. Yeah, yeah, it's coming down, but not very fast. Don't forget both of those values are affected by moneyness also. So this price action is riveting. I can't leave my seat. When using the mouse wheel or other wheel to zoom, it zooms both horizontally and vertically. Oh, weird. Yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't do that. We'll get it fixed eventually. It's not super high priority. As long as it's usable. Oops. Hmm. 65. Guess it just fails again. Is it VWAP on NQ? $60.65 of resistance. That was the 52 breakout. There's no bullish positioning to the upside here. There's some bot calls at 65, and that's about it. Sold calls at 60 and 50. Synthetic long at 55. Or, well, I guess it's not really synthetic long. Net sold calls are still a bit higher. Do I cut this or do I care? Just like fill the gap. $59, $57. 59, 59, 77, 59, 59, 96. There's no bot puts. Those are sold puts. How high are we going? Well, we haven't filled the gap yet. Probably no higher than like 65. How strong is ES 6K gonna be this time? Find out. Still no gap fill. There it is. Volatility falls off hard above 70. Picks up pretty quick on any downside move. That's all of the short puts in the money now. Still bought puts under 50. Still a lot of sold calls at 50 too. Longer term downtrend test is at like 80, right? 880? It's at like ES 5850. I'm not sure where it is on SPX. Today it's at 5830. I think that high retested the EMA 50, or the MA 50, which is at what right now? 5962. My EMA 30, which we bounced off of, is at 5936. Decent amount of calls being bought at 65 right now. Well, on the first test, mostly. Not so many right now. It's not particularly great. Not sure if it's right, but I bought a put. Oh, there's not a lot of bullish positioning the upside of 65. There's definitely resistance of 70. But there are a lot of calls at 65. Like, 1,300 of them. Gamma's pretty flat here, so you can slip back to 60, but 60 is support. If 60 is lost, then 50, then 40, and then if 40 is lost, 5,900. So we have a few supports here. We still have DNGN on the long term at like 48 on the SPXW chain. And we're still negative gamma on the AM contract. Our participants not buying a lot of calls out of the money. Seems like they're just pumping to de-risk. That's possible. Are you not cutting those SPX bets? I don't think so. Not yet. It's still very early. It's only like 11 o'clock. And I think the downside of spot looks pretty bearish. Still. They bounced up and filled the gap here, but I don't really see I don't see a lot of like bullish interest piling in because of the gap fill. Everything to the upside of 75 is sold. Most of the shit in the money here is sold too, like sold calls. There's still 2,450 sold calls at 5,950. And then like 75, 80, 85, 90, all sold calls all the way up. Someone was selling 6,000 puts earlier this morning. But they haven't sold any. They haven't sold, well, they haven't sold many intraday. And between us and 6,000 is nothing but bearish positioning, so all of that would have to get squeezed out. There's not a ton of delta support or gamma support on the SPXW chain. Like, we're not very high above gamma max, or gamma neutral. So we can slip back below it. And I've got a little bit of time to wait that out. Not a lot, but a little. If we were to push up higher than 65, though, then I'd probably get out. Also, we still have a gap down at 44. So we'll see what happens here. Profit taking weakens this. Gaps don't want to be filled. I mean, psychologically, people target them, but I mean, they're basically just like a blank entry in the MM's book. They usually happen around points where the options market's fairly contested, and to move one way or the other, like the MM refuses to shift the pricing, and then you get a gap in the spread, and price will gap up or down. But psychologically, people will take profits on tests of gaps. Like we just filled this gap that was here, and now we're leaving another one behind at the same spot. See? Because that level is highly contested. Like that was the prior gap, and then we just left one right below it. If this QRLD works to do their thing in checks, we can see that pop stall cycle we love so much. That'll be fun. Not don't they have the advantage if the market drops though? Because they're all just sold call ETFs. Also, I mean it's not that much money compared to how far gamma falls off. And as the day progresses, gamma will fall off harder and harder to the downside. We already slipped support at 60 here. Next support's at 50. Philly Fed manufacturing coming in high versus previous and expectations is inflationary as well, right? I mean, the individual regional Fed reports really don't affect that much. The thing probably that is inflationary there is like prices paid, which was inflationary because that indicates at least that region will be adding to PPI in the next report for Jan because that's the Philly Fed for Jan report. Um, CapEx is also up a lot, which is inflationary, but it's just one region. Like you have to get all of them together in aggregate to get a good estimate. I did average down twice. I think I bought it 510 and 260. I think staying in them was the right play. I know that's a lot easier to say now that I'm like back at break even, but um, it didn't look like Bulls had a lot of gas to the upside. Losing 50 is pretty bad. If we lose it, remember resistance at 52 still. Oop. Bot puts at 45.35. Sold puts at 25 a little bit. And then bigger sold puts down at 5,900. NQ's fucking wild today. It's a failed reversal though. Lower high. Pretty substantially lower high. I guess we could still get like an inverse head and shoulders off of this, but the shoulder here was already lower, which shows a little weakness. Higher high on ES though. Well, thank God the S&P is like 40% of the S&P's market cap is tech stocks. Remember, 30, 38, 40 is kind of where this starts to break down. Like, bad. Like, it breaks down pretty hard. That's definitely where the bigger downside move can be realized. Did you dump already? Jesus fucking Christ. A lower low on NQ. The bottom of this wick. I'm gonna get some volume trading on NQ below 21.4. I'll probably pick up sellers. There it goes. So now all the short puts that they sold to create that pump and fill the gap are at risk. But we do want to watch out for a higher support here because of the upside gap. Where does vol really pick up? Under 45. Oh, that's where they're going to want to defend it. IV fucking rockets down to 5,900. It's like at the money at 21 and 5,900 is like 47.6. So we're gonna be stuck here. Yeah, or we fail, which would be cool too. Or bounce. Yeah, we're just like right in the middle right now. Gotta kind of see where it goes. What's going on with yields? Still down a bit on the day. Dollar's flat. What time are our auctions? Like now? Yeah, 4 and 8 week auctions. Fed bids 273.3 million for the 4 week. Wait, Trump named Pulte the Federal Housing Finance Agency director? What the fuck? Wait, is it the same Pulte? Oh my god. The same guy who bought bonds on BBBY? This is not a joke. Do you really have to ask if it's real anymore? I mean, I'm looking at like an actual headline of it. I'm like, fucking don't believe it. It was a different guy. It's like his brother then, right? No, wait, hold on. Dad? Which which Pulte? The rest of his family is like pretty normal. No, I think it's fucking Pulte. Like dipshit Pulte. It's the super stank Pulte. His dad is dead. Okay. That's what I thought. Our country is doomed. There goes the housing market. Trump named fucking Pulte the Plute, literally Plute, as the head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency. I'm full boarding so many strangles for next Friday. No. Plute bought BBBY bonds after BBBY was no longer a going interest, like well after the bankruptcy. I need to move to another country so I can laugh at this. Ape, don't fight Ape. I wonder if we could get a bunch more people to fly to Florida again and hang out at a hangar that he rented while he gives them Costco water. There's not enough popcorn in the world for watching 2025. Could be a season finale. I think it might be the just the finale, not just the season. It's the same guy the SS likes, right? That bought like 5K of GME and they worshipped him. Yeah, that fucking moron. Plute from the memes. Yeah. You watch your mouth about Kirkland water. Ape Fest was fun. Imagine giving those fucking grifters like $500 so you could go hang out with them at a fucking airport in Florida. The Yuta tweet last night was nuts. That wasn't a real. That's what you're saying. So we're in good hands. His own family threw him out of the business because he's such a fuck up. He publicly admits to being friends with Mr. Beast. Fudge buckets. Oh, what a fucking embarrassment. You mean someone with a vested interest in real estate now has the power to affect real estate in the US? That's crazy. When oligarchy? Oh, wait, we're already there, man. 4 and 8 week results should be in soon. Yeah. They're probably not going to be very important. 4 week bill, high yield actual 4.240, bid to cover 2.74. US ban on TikTok poised to be delayed. Not a lot of movement around the auctions. Yeah, 4 week 4.24, 8 week 4.235. Slightly down from the prior auction, but not a huge change. Next, he's going to make Houston Wade Secretary of Energy. I don't think they have the same political alignment. I think at this point, embarrassment is a bit of an undertone. What's a worser word for it? Travesty? I wanted to join the oligarchs, but I'm stuck at O. I'm stuck at O. Nuke de poor. I'm a little concerned that if GS does well enough too quickly, it will attract oligarch attention, and that trading ban will finally happen. Yeah, or someone will just buy me out, which is cool too. No, no gap on. Oh, a little gap on that drop. Son of a bitch. Hold on, maybe NQ just keeps bleeding off. That'd be ideal. I wonder if it's bearish that we keep failing to fill the upside gaps. Looks like we're gonna fill this one. Yeah. Is that enough? D284. Not quite. Oof. Fuck. The NQ does not look great. We can fill that gap in 10 years. Maybe the market just found out Pulte's in charge of housing finance. You guys ready for 20% mortgages? Blutz, you remember Plut? Bill Plute. Make sure you call him Plute because he really hates that. As a landlord, yes. 20% mortgages, 40 years. How many developers did it take to make Gamma Strike? We have like 6 people on our dev team. 7 people on our dev team. About a year now. Like directly developing Gamma Strike. With the underlying stuff, like 3 years. Alright, fine, Nuke. We have 1 person on our dev team. All the mistakes from the dev team are Dork's fault, generally. More than that now. I was one dedicated software engineer for the better half of 2024. Yeah. 7 developers, 10 developers worth of man hours. 6 developers. I can share the article. He has been nominated for FHA director. FHFA director. Look at you, Bobatron. Ooh, let's lose 38. Do it. Fucking NQ's selling off. This is what I want to say. Oh, my money's back. That's nice. Under 40, vol starts to ramp up. It's a pretty straight shot down to 25 from here. So we got to slip for 38 still, but 25 or 20 is support to the downside. I think this is also the gamma flip though, which can mean that get a little bit of sell volume. Still don't lose 38. I feel like every time you blame everything on Jurek, you're just baiting him to come to chat. I'm trying to. I just got on. Is the Plute house is a housing commando thing real? Yep. Mm, still selling 125, but pretty heavily. Mm. Mm. What a fucking fat gap to the downside to fill. 5905 through fuck is that? 50 5842.90. 5905.21. Hmm. Should I put Dion and Gian on here? Yeah. 5948.19, 5949.47. Yeah. Forty-eight, 49, 47. Hmm. What hoodie are you wearing? It looks warm. I don't know. It's like what brand is this? Carhartt? No problem, Tuttle. Have a good one, man. When do we get data today? When is BOJ decisions next week? There's not much more data today. I think we're past most of the data for now. Hmm. There's a gap fill. Retest 60. Maybe. Less calls and puts than there were earlier. Hmm. Yields are starting to bounce back a little bit. Dollar's moving up. Um, be getting a little overextended. Carry trade leverage is almost back to 9x. Yen at 155. I'm not really bullish or bearish. I just don't see a lot of potential for the upside move, and the downside move has a lot of potential if 38 is lost. So I'm more worried about what happens if we fill the gap. I think not filling the gap would be pretty bad here. I could see NQ retesting VWAP before failing. It's struggling though. A lot less buyers now than there were before. 12 o'clock. I think gamma still falls off pretty quick to the downside. It's just at 40. It's 40 is tricky. Although I feel like if we keep testing it with momentum, we're bound to blow it out eventually. And Q lost 21.4 again. Yeah, the up gap. Nintendo Switch 2 teaser just came out. Oh, neat. Leverage isn't increasing. Leverage is dropping really fast. What's your interpretation of retail sales? The drop. I mean, like broadly, the drop in the drop that we saw in PPI and CPI was driven by lack of demand, which is why we sold off a bit when it came out this morning. I'm not sure that'll be enough to turn around expectations, but it'll turn them around slowly, at least. The next important thing that's coming up is going to be the BOJ meeting. So there's a pretty long gap in relevant data. I mean, we really don't care about any of the data until we get the next set of labor data and the next set of inflation data. I mean, swaps are still pricing up inflation moving forward. They're just not as high as they were. The world's shittiest Head and Shoulders. Hmm. Honestly, a push up off of like 58.73, I feel like would be a lot more bullish. I think that pullback was enough. Vol's starting to trickle up a little bit again. Call premium's still pretty high. Gamma Flip's negative at 59.43 now, which is a little bit higher than it was. No big changes in positioning. Still a lot of the 55 put being sold. Which is supportive here unless they slip out of the money again. There's still some 60 puts, still some 65 calls. Less than there were earlier, but there's still some. Puts are long at 45 and 35 still. And 25 is supportive. Hmm. Bullish consolidation. No. Sold puts are back in the money again. Still need to lose 52. 52 and 38. Interesting. Failed to fill the gap, though. I guess 47 support would be slightly bullish. NQ selling off again. You can only buy so many pits. I'm not really sure that's the best idea. I know I have them, but the chances of them printing substantially are getting lower. So watch for support here. Like, God damn it. Watch for support here. If there's no support here, that's bearish. That'll be a failed inverse head and shoulders. But if buyers come in at 47, it could bounce harder. There's another inverse head and shoulders, like, on the higher time series. Like out here on the 1 hour. But we'd have to retest, like, 58.78 or 58.67 right here. But that might not be today. That could take longer. It could be today. Some asshole still got like 58.85 and 58.45 bought puts. I don't think it would be today, given the number of puts sold at 5,800 or 5,900. I have a 58.50 put. That's fucking terrible. When does it expire? LRCX did a big rip today. I saw. Yeah. Oh shit, it finally broke 80. That actually could be significant. Hmm. Although if it falls back under 80 again, that's pretty bearish. Forward yield on vol is still negative here. Short end of the carry is getting levered up. Top end of the carry is falling. Still above 9x. Dollar's down 21 points. 10 years down 0.045. How's the steepener looking? Steepener's still about the same. Another dump for a big head and shoulders. Yeah. Yeah. On NQ at least. Mm. Ooh, losing 50 again. Nice. Still gotta watch 47 for support here. Nice uptick in vol. That's the DN test. What, 49? Hmm. Let's see y'all doing. I'm gonna go long CL if it goes above 78. Sloppy. Still just selling the 55 pit. Sick knife catch. Yeah, it was a little higher. Still gunning for that gap at 60, I think. 12.26. Oh, Jesus Christ. I wish we'd fill this fucking gap already. Stepped away for 30 minutes. Glad we're at exactly the same spot. Was that the bounce you said to watch out for? Yeah. A little early, but it being early might make it a little weaker. The problem is, like, bulls keep buying the 65 call. I think on expectation that they're going to fill the gap. And they're not getting shaken out on the downside because the gap's still there. So it'd be nice if we could just fucking fill it, and then maybe they'll take profits. Why is Carvana just ripping? Hindenburg's shutting down. Also, payment in kind on their bonds until the middle of this year. Gherkin literally explained the entire psychology of my calls. You and 500 other people. Hindenburg is dead. It's just psychology. People think they're important. People buy the strike. They quit because they made so much money on their recent Carvana shirt. They don't ever have to work again, huh? No. I don't know. I feel like exposing billionaires for fraud is not a like a long term reasonable goal. Like, one of those billionaires is bound to get pissed off, and they have probably way more resources than you do. I mean, most trading happens through a standard deviation, CMIL. So, shockingly, not a lot of participants 2 standard deviations away from VWAP. You still have those puts? Yeah, bulls refuse to give up the 38. I could have taken like 10 or 17% on him a couple of times, but it's gonna fucking fail again. At least the failure on NQ kind of makes sense if it happens here. Let's ride the gamma ramp back down again. Gamma slide? Slide ramp. Yeah. I know. That's because vol picks up at every strike to the downside. 55 included. 55 has a shitload of sold puts. Like 1131. Some of them are closing. Now 1130. Maybe they just give up on the gap. This is like their fucking third attempt at it now. Why can't they get it? They can't get over the delta at fucking 60. Damn, there's a lot of speed at the 40 strike. Maybe this is finally a high enough cliff to jump off of. Let's see if NQ loses 21-4 again. You think we can break 40? It'd be really cool. I think it'll depend on momentum. They need to get smashed on their short puts that they keep selling. If price action slows down too much near the bottom, they'll fucking just save it again. $52.38. Gamma still flips at 59.43. For the 0DT contracts, it's 59.44.42. The delta's getting rugged a little bit, which is cool. The delta flip moved down to 50 from where it was at like almost all day at like 52. Gamma falls off a little more steeply now. 50 to 45 is negative 6 billion, 6.5 billion. And then 45 to 40 is another almost 3 billion. Worst chop ever. Yeah, that's really fucking boring. Well, we can't. We're not really moving far enough away from DNGN on the SPXW to get any support or resistance, which is kind of the problem. Like, if you think about like total market maker exposure in this like whole range is basically nothing. I regret waking up today. Yeah, definitely not as fun as the last 2 days. Is 450 for Fubo possible this week? Could be. Gamma Max moved up a little bit. Some Delta and Gamma picked up on the chain yesterday. Looks like there's a lot of interest building out at 5 and 7. There's still support at 4. 450 is definitely resistance to the upside, though. Delta 450 is negative. Not too much resistance, though. Yeah, I mean, if Fubo pushes up, if it gets back above 450, it's a pretty straight shot from 450 to 7. I don't know what drive that buying, but yeah, not impossible. Are you gonna lose 52 or what? Ooh, a little bit. I hate these days where I have to wait all fucking day for a move. Or, well, at least the one I want. AGL up 8.33% now. Moving up above GM. Okay. Some of the 55 sold puts are pulling back a little. So are the 59.65 bot calls. More room for AGL since at GN. It's above GN. So yeah, I mean it picks up delta to the upside to like at 3 and at 4. It's kind of ripping now. Got a higher high than yesterday. Next big resistance is like 316. I can still pick degenerate penny stocks. Woo. If this is coming down, Tesla needs at least 410, Nvidia 135. That would help. Or Apple. Apple could dump 230. That'd be nice too. Apple's definitely got the shittiest support out of those three. I wouldn't mind seeing Microsoft fail a bit either. Wait for a pullback or chasey to jump in. I don't think it's that chasey. Options aren't that much money. What are you talking about? Holy fucking shit, this is boring. Ooh, more puts. 45. 40. It's just you guys, isn't it? Bot. Yeah. They're selling the 55. They're selling the 55 again. Motherfuckers. Ooh, Apple slipped 31. Do you review bank earnings? Yeah, they're still just making a ton of money trading. Chlamydia-riddled koala bears. I think the bears are doing fine. I mean, for the most part. They're out of the money puts aren't printing, but they're doing okay with the rest. They're not gonna, like, the bears aren't gonna leverage anything up unless we move down more. And the bulls aren't gonna leverage anything up unless we move up more. And so we're just here. Everybody waiting for someone to actually fucking sell NQ. And ideally sell NQ hard enough that all the stupid dip buyers don't come in and go, ooh, I saved 30 bucks. DN's at 59, 49, 47. We bounced right off of it on the last leg up. It's probably moved a little bit intraday, but I mostly care about falling delta negative on the 0 DTEs, which is right below us at 59, 51, 18. And then gamma negative, which is 59, 44. I want to fucking fall asleep. Oh, hey, we fell below DN. Or Dex. DF? Sure. DF. I don't like that. Any better name for it? Give me names for flip that don't sound stupid. DTF? Well, it's only a flop if you're below it, which we are now. Just a squidgen. I don't subscribe to Fubo today. I'm helping. Thanks, Dave. There's so many neutral points here. And like both flip points are on either side of the actual neutrals. So we're delta negative on the 0 DTE. We're almost delta negative on the weekly. And if we can get below 45, we'll be gamma negative on everything as well. You know what would really troll SS? If you got DFE to endorse Gamma Strike, I think their brains would melt. Well, it fucking nailed that now 10% run up in AGL today. Or I did. I don't know. I never would have looked at this stock otherwise, so I guess it did. I'm not as in AGL as I would have liked to have been, because I didn't fill on most of my options. But I have like 30 contracts, I guess. It's not that bad. Nice job, Gherkin. Thanks, man. I had to make sure that I could still pick degenerate fucking plays. You guys haven't ruined me entirely. Trying to front run your risk. I've only DM'd DFV with no context once in my life. DTF. And I married her. Moral of the story is men are easy, shoot your shot. Angel's been on the spot scanner for 2 to 3 weeks now. Oh, okay. I haven't paid attention. Cool, so I picked the right day. Does GS have its own Todd, like a tiny man cranking out maths? Dork. That's Dork's job. Dork's the math cranker. He cranks our soft goods. I'm tired, boss. Switch arms. Abacus is falling apart. I've got a new one for you. Are you gonna buy me another month of Pigeon Whale? I don't know. Hasn't it already? The fucking options were like 10 cents. I think I'm gonna get a job soon, and I'm worried that I won't be able to play Civ 7 when it comes out. I'm sure it's probably exactly the same as Civ 6 and Civ 5 and 4. I tried to buy AGL when everyone else did, and they went from 5 cents to 10 cents, and I said, too expensive for my blood. And then you bought $800 puts on SPX. MM just wants to chill here until the end of the day. Yeah, the MM couldn't be happier. Oh shit, should I buy some more calls on AGL? Hmm. Alright. I doubt highly we're pumping it. It had a 6 million delta on it this morning. What's the float? 303 million shares. I was just buying the monthlies, like the Feb monthlies today. That's what I bought here, right? Yeah. Feb 21 monthlies. They have like 36 days. Testing Gamma Max would be cool. It's like 458. I think GM on it's like right there. It's GM. Delta neutral was 285. 9 o'clock. Need another Head and Shoulders on NQ. Duh. Yeah, it looks like it. Just can't stop those people getting that insane deal at 21,375. This is what solitary confinement feels like. Yeah, if you were in solitary confinement with like a bunch of other people. How's Caravana looking? Bullish? I said that yesterday, 20% ago. The 55s are back in the money. Yeah. Yeah, they sold 60 more of them in the time that we traded below them. And then they just closed some. I hate this so much. Oh, the NQ Head and Shoulders is completing. I literally said someone's gonna take profits, then burst out laughing as it immediately wicked back down. Only 30 of them closed. Ooh, someone's buying 50 puts. Now that's interesting. Sorry, that's me. Did you buy 254 of them? It's me, Kirk. Oh, the HELOC finally came through. That actually makes the 50 strike net synth short, so if we lose it, it's actually bearish. Instead of needing to lose 45. It's very exciting. Now, if NQ could just sell off below 21,375, we could get this fucking show on the road. That was probably a total of 5 of those, so no. Oh, okay. I'm out of cash. No show today, please. I still want a show. I've got 7 of this fucking put now. Oh goody, another upside gap. Of course. You know what? 7 is enough of this piece of shit. Oh, we pushed up above the head and shoulder. There's nothing like bearish consolidation above a 100-point drop. I know the edging's ridiculous. Hmm. Ooh. It's like 50 more of the 59.50 puts. Let's get VIX back above 16. Woo! There goes DN. GN, just do it all. One shot. Straight down. It's the gamma flip is 59.44. So you still need to lose like 5 more bucks. And they do not want VIX over 16. Calm down. It's gonna probably bounce multiple times. As long as they're shitty bounces, it's fine. It's a better bounce. Oh shit, AGL broke the November high. Ooh, nice. Nope. Delta on the 0 GT is staying negative on the bounce so far. That looks slick. Thanks. the rest of the Head and Shoulders now. Mm. So their ability to stop it from breaking down gets worse as the day progresses. Ooh. Apple lost 230. That's good. Oh, let's go. Let's lose the long-term trend. Fuck yes. 38's the next significant level. Next major downside support is 25. But we gotta get over the hump at 38. It's been a bit of a bitch. Well, I just love this. Aha! Money. My money's back. I'm only like a lot over leveraged. Bot puts here at 30, 40. Come on, not a hard bounce. Keep selling off. Mm. What does AGL do? No fucking clue. Health stuff? Sure. I hope the thing it does best is go to $4.50. Come on, let's lose 38. You can do it, Bears. Just buy like a few puts. That's all you have to do. The world is your oyster. That's not buying puts. That's taking profit on puts. Fuck off. Bears desperately trying not to get rugged by other bears here. Maybe the future sellers will come in and show them the way. There we go. Yes. Over the hump. What the vol rip. Oh, lame. Don't want it back over 38. It's back below 38. Test 25 so I can close these fucking puts. Vol won't pick up again, so we get below like 35, 30. They're trying to catch the knife here. It's not a great place to try to catch the knife, but they're trying. Earlier in the day, it was fine because the gamma went positive much lower. Tesla's moving down towards 10. Mm. Ooh, Microsoft finally sold off a little bit. Apple's dumping. Ticker's dropping, the screen's glow red. The fear takes hold, but I'm smiling instead. Thanks for what you do, Pickle Man. Thanks, Robin Your Hood. He's quoting Make White. Hold on. Oh.
Brother Gherkin comes to us all, speaking words of wisdom, let it fall. When we fail the resistance, he's streaming in front of us all, speaking words of wisdom, let it fall. Let it fall, let it fall, let it fall. Fuck your cause, streaming words of wisdom, let it fall. And when bulls have sold so many puts, for their margin will be caught, Gherkin has the answer, let it fall. Though we reached an all-time high, the recession can't be stalled. Gherkin streamed the answer, let it fall. Let it fall, let it fall, let it fall. Fuck your cause, streaming words of wisdom, let it fall. Let it fall, oh, let it fall, let it fall. Fuck your cause, only words of wisdom, let it fall. We know not when it's coming. When it does, we'll have a ball. The pickle jar is ready, let it fall. When the bulls can't pump through delta neutral, Brother Gherkin comes to us all, speaking words of wisdom, let it fall, let it fall, oh, let it fall, and fuck your cause, streaming words of wisdom, let it fall, yes, let it fall, let it fall, let it fall, oh, let it fall, only words of wisdom, let it fall. Dork, what have you done? What'd you make for dinner? Why was it pork?
Sweet, sweet redemption. It's not about the money, Tim. It's about being right. Also the money. Yeah, it turns out the Beatles wrote great shit. But they're no Creedence Clearwater Revival. Frank Wang, welcome to Pigeon Well. There's Hazy. I have a 59.30 put, but only 2 trade days left. Any chance I could toe ring gang those, or you think Bulls can fight back at some point? They definitely could. I mean, this doesn't look great though. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Never set stops on 0 DTs. Always average down. How low can we go? We lost 35. Not for long. Did I not fill out all of my fucking contracts? Oh, I did. Oh, it just canceled my fucking order. Yeah, let's try this again. Stop canceling my fucking orders. Mm. These fucking absolute pieces of shit. Holy shit. Phil? Is your cancellation notification the sound of two people toasting with coffee mugs? I don't know. Down 1K at one point, made like 5K because I went so hard buying more pets. 59.60. You could have sold those pits 2 hours ago for about the same price. No. The most they went up to was like 314. I sold them all above 4. Notes from my Pickle Man exclusive interview. If you focus more on being right than you do making money, the latter will come. Don't tease people with one-on-one Gherk sessions. You plan to play the bear song and bounce us back to 59.50. I don't think I need to bounce us back to 59.50. I want to buy calls here, but I don't want to overtrade. Well, if we get back above 38, bulls are going to try to push all their positions back in the money. We're also going to shake off long puts. So careful. Down 2K to up 5K. Fuck yeah, man. The 3C on AGL has 69 volume. It's us. The answer is always tripling down. I didn't triple down. I bought 7. So I doubled down twice. And then +1. I did? Nice. I wonder if bulls are gonna get VIX back below 16 again. I feel like a retest of the trend makes sense, if nothing else. Because they still have a shitload of sold puts at like 25.20. There's some bot puts here at the money, but if we go back over 40, they're going to start closing the bot puts and taking profits. And there's bot calls 35.30. That might actually not be that bullish. Damn, these debit spreads are priced up like fucking crazy. We could have just bought the fucking 40 call. Ooh, shit. Are people buying bonds for real? No. That would be scary. Hmm. Oh. Wonder if it's time to short junk bonds. How's gamma around here? Supportive at 30. Resistive at 40. 35 is kind of irrelevant. What do you mean, ew? AJ puts? This is bouncing back. Eh, maybe. We'll see. If it chops around here too long, it gets more bearish. Why call debit and not put credit? I can still sell put credits, but I don't want them where I bought the debit. The better question is, why the fuck are calls so expensive? Still a ton of room down to my target of 2,600 on SPX. Better than shorting junk bonds? I am absolutely not. I think there's a distinct possibility we end the day around like 40 or somewhere between like 40 and 46. Day trades do I have left on this stupid account? Uh, if we lose 30, where do we land? There's a ton of support at 25. Like a fuck ton of sold puts. Although if we lost 25, 5,900. But 25 has like 4,315 sold puts. 30's now got like another 1,000. There's still sold puts at 50 and 55 to the upside. Quite a few of them. There are bot puts down here, but they're likely to net off and capitulate because they're in the money now, especially the 40s. What's the PT on AGL? I was hoping if it broke up, it would test Gamma Max. But 4 is not a bad PT, I don't think. 5's a little harder to get to, but it's not impossible. Like Gamma on AGL kind of explodes to the upside of 3,350. Not that there's a ton of gamma on the chain, but there's a decent amount. I just full ported AGL. God damn it. That's not smart. No, not 350. 50? Ridiculous. I'm in an oopsie. I can't be a degen. Yeah, alright. Is a condor a good idea here? It could be. Wide. Probably too wide for it to be profitable, though. Usually condors are better sold in the early part of the day where the premiums are better. This is usually when you want to be like closing condors, not opening them. Oh, don't forget we have another round table tonight. I hope you guys have prepared your questions this time. And gotten over your stage fright. No, everybody knows each other for 3 years, and they're like, I don't want to talk in front of him. Ridiculous. My questions are about best technique for shaving my balls in someone else's sink. Yeah, that makes sense. I've never communicated with this rabble. No one asked you to. I did a full port HEL, but I did cover my cost basis on my calls already. Okay, nice. We could have a guest appearance. I'll get my dad on. He can ask you about selling covered calls. I feel like at some point in the near future, I'm gonna have to like fly to wherever the fuck, Oklahoma, and meet your dad and teach him how to sell covered calls. What the fuck, man? What? Do you not know how to sell covered calls? AGL off of 316, potentially providing an entry for anyone who's missed. Yeah, possibly. It actually broke a little bit above 316. Slightly more bullish. You go to Oklahoma now that I'm not there anymore. I see how it is. It's not like that. How do I sell CCs without going to jail? Selling cover calls is not a jailable offense. You gotta stop talking to popcorn trader. Also have Japan inflation data. As a perpetual bear, should I hope for hotter? That'd be ideal. They're gonna feel a lot more confident about raising rates if the print's hotter. Flying places and teaching people stuff. Come to the Midwest and I'll see if Lady Atomic can make you some good food. Okay, I'm not flying to meet each of you individually. Can we just have like an office somewhere cool? And by that I mean in New York City. Nah, dude, I get the hint. It's fine. I'm fine. I'm not crying. You're crying. You were supposed to migrate up here like 10 different times. And I told you we could go to Central Park and I'd feed you bread. Can you make a membership tier between Billionaire and Pigeon Whale? They don't get pickles picks, but they're not a pigeon whale, and don't call people and can't call people poor. Call it garden snake. What the fuck? Wait, that's it's kind of genius. Feds Goolsby. I'm less worried unemployment turning into something worse. Good for him. Can the office be your apartment? Yeah. Yeah, it could be. Our office is going to be located on the corner of 9th Street and Metello Street in Reno, Nevada. No, it's not. Chicago is not better. Great, now he's gaslighting trash. What about a train? Will they let ducks on trains? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to have an office in a place like the Canary Islands or something? Why? I'm not doing anything shady. I don't need to go to the Canary Islands. Look, I'm fat and heavy from all the bread, and I can't fly that far, okay? Fuck. It's not my fault they didn't have a cootie shot, birds too. We've come so far from 250K, you can sit at a different table than me at a restaurant in my neighborhood. That was not what Pontiff was. Pontiff was one day of hanging out with me in whatever locale, public locale. Otherwise, people are gonna get weird. Any more data this week? Yeah, we have some data tomorrow. Manufacturing shit, productivity and utilization. I'm not going to Chicago. Fuck Chirac. Get me out of here. We got a 38,000 square foot Airbnb we can use in LA. I forgot to put a pigeon whale on screen for you. That's a very large Airbnb. Is it on fire? Are you just renting out the Pacific Palisades? Because, I mean, first of all, genius. If you move your office to your apartment, is the original ban on me hugging you in your apartment still valid? Or now that it's Pickle Jar HQ, hugging in my corner office will still be kosher? Have you submitted a resume? And does the resume include any skills besides hugging? I'm not taking a 27-hour train ride to see a man who won't even smuggle me in his carry-on luggage. There's no air in there, and I know briefly you'd be into that, but after a little while, it would be a problem. You can't just put live animals in suitcases. You can't change the rules just because you don't like how we're doing it. Which rules? Any idea why AQN is up after the dividend? Rates went down. The sector is extremely sensitive to fluctuations in rates. Only had to evac for one day. That's not too bad. I know where Taylor Swift's Watch Hill mansion is located. Security can't stop all of us from partying. My friend lives like two houses down from her. To the right, like down the hill. She's like at the top of the hill, but like slightly down that curve towards the beach. We could just stay at his house and flip her off, which is what I did the last time I was there. Although I don't think she was there. I may have just flipped off like one of the maids. My friend is not Tom Brady. It's a garbage bag and he smuggles body parts into his freezer. All right, listen, you're very close to breaking your NDA. I'm not a Swiftie. Shocking and controversial, I know. What's up, Popcorn? How you doing, man? You want to listen to your song? Well, I'd only hire you for taxes if you filled out an NDA. Impossible? We all know how you feel about Latinos. Whoa. You ever cough up a mucus cast of your airways? No. Are you gonna save it? You should put it on your mantle. I have a buddy at Meta who said like they're laying off like fucking 5% of their R&D staff. On like all of their contractors. Meta is chaos right now. Apparently, a lot of people are quitting because of the DEI shit too. Is your buddy Bloomberg? No, he works in R&D. Chuckles, I'm in danger. Almost like it's a calculated move to create more openings for H-1B visa hires. Interesting. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Yeah, so speaking of, who could refer me for a software engineering job? They must be okay with 90% of my time being spent on Gamma Strike. I already sent him a link for a work from home software engineering position for Wendy's. AGL is a healthcare provider. Okay. It's news to me. Let's see if we get an inverse head and shoulders off the low test here. Still a lot of fucking bot pets. 40, 35. There's probably still NQ buyers above 21.3. Test 50, asking for my 50C. There's a shitload of sold puts at like 50 and 55 that are gonna get fucking roasted if we don't. They're still selling them. 50, 55, and 60. So I would say that, yeah, the Bulls have some interest in trying to get this back up again. Not easy, though. I mean, they lost DN and GN. So the chances of them failing to do so are significantly higher. Are you actually looking for a software engineer? No, 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 no. Nuke's looking for a software engineering job. Are we networking? I need a DevOps engineering remote job. Market's been rough. Oh, Jesus Christ. You guys are like all fucking back end engineers. There's a secret bottom somewhere here. I think we tested it twice. Oh, that's cool. At least one of you is not an engineer. Migrate to India and apply for H-1B. I need 3-second shift welders, a painter, and honestly, another press bake operator. You know, how much do you pay the painter? I can come work for you, Popcorn. Is it powder coating? It is? It's been a long time since I've gotten real high off paint fumes. Unintentionally. You can snort the powder too. Even better. Don't worry, we have full head respirators. Alright. I'm also casting out a line and saying I'm looking for someone to engineer my back end. Well played. I'm not. I'm a project manager. I would also like to spend 90% of my time working for your YouTube channel, which is why I don't have a job. I have skills in coding and Roblox. I took a 3-week course on JavaScript. Money, please. 34 male, LF, sugar daddy. Am I doing this right? Yep. Is what the secret to being a great trader? Big fucking penis is the secret. All right, that is actually a violation of your NDA. I sent you those penis pictures in confidence. What price for you to sell Gamma Strike and get bought out? Gets a little lower every day. No, I'm just kidding. A billion. I'll start negotiations at a billion. Jesus, it was 500 million yesterday. That's only if you get in early, pre-launch. I'm just here. I'm here just in time to remind chat that Eastern European women exist. Didn't they know that? Where do I get on this AGL train? Oh shit. The calls I bought later today are up now too. This is fantastic. Ooh, IV's pricing up because the stock sure as fuck isn't. The valuation is skyrocketing. Our balance sheet's really good. I'm stuck on what the hell Popcorn's doing to his goats. Welding and powder coating? Yeah, you stick them together that way. Thanks, Kirk, for the knowledge and entertainment. I was down 400 bucks, ended up with the port up 3%, held your put knowledge, and sold on my own like a big boy. Nice, man. Women don't exist. They're made up by De Beers to get you to buy more diamonds. Yeah, that makes sense. Should start a subreddit. That's not even that bad of a conspiracy. Any thoughts on TGT after earnings and leadership change? I don't know. What's it trading at? I missed my fucking buy-in on it. I'd buy it at 127. I don't know. I mean, it's going to take a while to turn around the problems they have. Our balance sheet is really good if you only look at percentages. The only thing that you need to worry about is scale at that point. Percentages are all that matter, Dork. AGL options volume today is like 2K, all pickle jar. Someone bought options before us, though. Because there's 6 million delta. Do you need to sell debit spreads, or can you let them expire like a credit spread? You can let them expire like a credit spread. If the bot call is like, or the bot put is in the money. GS balance sheet crippled by quesadilla stipends. Yeah, but no one's ever gonna look into that. They don't know. They'll never know how many quesadillas we owe. What are resistances to keep in mind on AGL? 316, 4, 458, 5, 285. Was your grandma rich? You gotta get in there and make sure you get the entirety of the inheritance. Why do you use Webull instead of Thinkorswim? I don't know. Because Schwab sucks. I have a Schwab account. Webull's, like, visually, Webull's easier for the stream. If Robinhood wasn't such a piece of shit, I'd probably use that. TOS Web is still pretty good. They have better fills on Webull. Can you get a poll on whether people bought AGL options today? No. Hey now, I'm no POS. Not you. The app. Rich, no. Am I saving a ton of money by not having her in a home and home caretaker? Yes. Okay. But like California poor, like she bought a house in like 1923 and it's worth 8.5 million. It's got 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, and 1,200 square feet. How do options look on route? Time to go long. When's Carvana's next earnings? I feel like the time to go long was at 72. I could take a look at it. Route's still trading above Gamma Max. What a weird options chain. Yeah, I mean, Delta's picking up on it. Not a lot of Gamma. There's still some upside interest out to like 90 or 100. Not too much above 100. And no Delta to the upside. I would say it's probably more likely to fail back to the 70 level again than it is to push much higher. When does all this shit fall off? Oh yeah, it looks like all the upside interest falls off with the OPEX. There's some $90 sold puts for March. But all that call side stuff falls off. $3,000 square feet worth 1.2 mil, fully paid for. There it is. Are you still bullish on Beyond? Is it above $4? Slightly. They keep shorting it because it's a piece of shit. Will the gap below fill or not likely? It's more likely after we broke down through the long-term trend today than it was previously. Will this rip if it goes above DNGN? I don't know about rip, but yeah, it'll move up. The upside's still kind of limited to like 55 or 60. But yeah, we could definitely move up and retest like 60, close flat on the day. This gap has been the bull's kryptonite. Which one? This one? The 60 gap? Yeah, but now it's sold off, so they should be able to like lever up and do it a bit better than earlier. There's Apple headed 220. It's the next support. Have you been following the Elon drama of him lying about his claims of being the best at Path of Exile? No. I mean, like I've heard of what's like like him. He's like faking it or something. Is it time for bear call spreads on Apple or bull? Bull or bear? I don't particularly like either one right now. I mean, I guess you could try bear call, but they would have been better at like a major resistance rather than whatever it's at now. Elon gamer drama is really fucking stupid, but you also have to consider that it is, and this is true, very funny. Trying to learn Apple patterns more, since you mentioned as one of your favorites to sell spreads on at major support and resistance. You don't want to sell spreads at like intermediate strikes or get fucked super hard. Race to $5 Beyond versus Fubo. Is Path of Exile good? I've never played it. I've just always played Diablo. I don't want to like I if I just like didn't have work to do ever, like if it was still the early pandemic and I would like was still just like waking up, selling spreads, and then going back to bed, then yeah, I'd absolutely get into it. But Gherk, you choose to work. Yeah. What's your point? Don't don't be a jelly belly. What type of spreads did you sell during the pandemic? Well, after the crash, credit spreads, like puts just on everything. And CSPs. I had a lot of buy targets for like Netflix and Tesla after the COVID crash, and so I was selling like fuck tons of CSPs. Why not stream games and sell spreads at the same time? Less fun, and then I can't tangentially manage your guys' risk. I figured out. I finally, after all these years of streaming, I figured out my role, and it's very specific. It's not about telling you puts or calls or price targets. It's about just repeatedly warning you guys that you're going to blow up your accounts. And telling you not to do that. Yeah, so I'm like a virtual risk manager. Remember when I would just like throw shit in pickles picks and then you guys would lose money on it and I'd laugh at you? I don't do that anymore. Now I just put like really super high confidence, like a kindergartner could play them plays in pickles picks, and now everyone's happy. Where would you be working if your port got wiped out? Oh, Citadel in a heartbeat. They pay so much money. What level of GS do we get the battery car battery nipple attachments? It just shocks you every time your drawdown exceeds 10% of your total port. They take you to Disney too? Yeah. How fast do you change up? You just told Popcorn you'd work for him. Well, that's if I can never work in finance again, which is a distinct possibility. If you can dodge a bedpost, you can dodge market risk. Do you make more now than you would at Citadel? Yeah. Well, depends on the position, but yeah, probably. Would you wear a suit if it was required? I like suits. I mean, if you've got to wear clothes all day, suits aren't bad. As long as they're not shitty suits. Suits and custom tailored shirts fucking rock. That shit's comfortable as hell. When someone does an audit of my account and I have a whole bunch of AQN, Fubo, Target, and a whole bunch of buy and sell SPX options, what's he gonna say? I don't know. Are you profitable? I mean, if it's a net profit, he's gonna probably just ask you for advice. That's why if you're ever actually good at this, you can't tell people what you do. Because they go, oh man, you got some stock tips for me? And you're like, you fucking prick. Suit stream? No. Well, I kind of did that once. I was trying to Google Path of Exile, and I accidentally typed PAT into the ticker, and I gotta say, it looks good. PATK, bank on it in this week's Porkles Porks. Alright, I'll take a look. That's why I chose not to be good at anything. Smart. Family members ask for your advice? Rarely. Then you show them Billionaire and Gamma Strike. Huh. I'd love to be an administrative assistant. When people ask me about stocks, I say buy VU and forget your password. I never call Fidelity for problems with my account because I'm afraid they'll see how much GME I hold and laugh at me. Yeah. I mean, they'll still help you with your account. Anyway, all of those call centers are in like Southeast Asia. They probably just see that you have like more dollars than they get paid in a lifetime. So that's where the admonishment is coming from. It's not your GME holding. Words per minute typing? Me? I don't know. Like, it's bad. It's like 60 or 80. What's my end of day SPX play? I don't know. Is AGL purely an options play, or are you picking up shares? I'm not getting any shares. I don't even know what the company does. It's telling me of AMC, Bobby, and MMTLP. That'll let them know you're a player. Hmm. Are we not going to be able to get over gamma neutral? That seems not bullish. Hmm. So we tested DN, failed, GN, failed. It's not looking good. He starts Pickles Picks right after market close to post at 3 a.m. Lots of typing. I don't know why UNG is pumping. I would guess that nat gas is up a bunch. I don't know why nat gas is up a bunch today, though. AGL builds furniture at your home? Oh, like TaskRabbit? Nice putting extra inflections on the mms to throw off the noobs. What the fuck? You think US LEI, the coincident index? I don't think it's a big deal. I thought AGL was a parachute company. I don't know what the fuck they do. Here, Aglion Health. No caps. engages in providing healthcare services. It provides the technology, people, capital, process, and access to a pure network of primary care physicians. The company was founded by Ronald A. Williams and Viral Desai in 2016 and is headquartered in Austin, Texas. It's basically Clove or something. Sure. I don't know what. I mean, I really don't know what their business entails outside of that. I guess it's just like telehealth. All I know is someone's buying a bunch of options on it, and I wanted some. One of the worst weeks of my life. I'm in the process of moving a long distance, and now I'm having car issues. On top of that, someone tried committing fraud on my bank account, so I cut off from those funds. Oh, Jesus. That's a fucking nightmare. One time I was in Nebraska, and I only had a debit card on me, and Wells Fargo flagged my debit card for fraud. And it was a weekend, and their like fraud division wasn't open until Monday, so I had to fucking stay in some like bumfuck town in the middle of like Lincoln or some shit in the middle of Nebraska for 2 days. I had to like IOU a fucking hotel manager who was really weird about it. That's messed up. It was shitty. I hate Wells Fargo. I'm from BFE, Nebraska, and we're all really weird about everything. Is that why you hate the Midwest? No. No, I hated the Midwest long before that. They just couldn't believe you were in Nebraska? Huh. I couldn't access my online banking at all. It was nice of him to IOU at all. I suppose. But he was still really weird about it. I was like, just charge my card on Monday. I'm impressed that they have hotels in Nebraska. It was a Clarion Inn. So hotel is a strong word. No, I wasn't hanging with Buffett. Unsubbed. I accidentally sold a zero GT for tomorrow morning. What time do those expire? Well, they expire at the end of the day today, but their cost is based on tomorrow's open. So spot relative to those contracts will be like tomorrow's opening. The most believable part of that story is that everyone in Nebraska uses their debit cards because they bank locally and don't understand how bad 0.01% saving interest rate is. Yeah, I guess. I just didn't have any like credit cards. I didn't have credit cards until I was like 30. I just used cash and debit cards. I wasn't very responsible with my money. I don't know, Bert. It depends on how many upside pineapples you have in your house. Upside down pineapples you have in your house. It's none of your business, sir. Respectfully. All right, fair enough. It's so hard to be an internet chat comedian. You have to be punchy and concise. Well, if you keep not working a real job and stick with it, you're bound to get there eventually. Yes, it was in Kearney, Nebraska. It's very close to the Alfalfa Center. Carney? Whatever. God, that sounds boring. It was. I'm unemployable. That sounds made up. Yeah. Kearney is actually very fun for a Nebraska city. Uh, don't use those words together. Who cares how it's pronounced? Exactly. Also, why is it pronounced differently than it's spelled? Nebraska City, that was a good joke. The Kearney Clarion Inn is a Michelin 4-star hotel. No, it's not. Gherkin, they only have 2.4 stars on Google. That sounds right. That sounds like the hotel I stayed at. The CPI PPI this week being relatively cool, not cool, mixed. Where do you think that puts us for market downturn? Is a 5+% drop still on the table for quarter one? We were down 5% like last week. More than 5%? Yeah, we could still get one. I think things are going to get weird here, though, for a bit till we get more data. So maybe later this month. AGL made a new high. Nice. I don't know the names of your towns. Stop talking about the market. I've waited 3 years to talk about Nebraska, but we're already done talking about Nebraska. Why don't you just bring up Nebraska on the 5,000 times we've talked about Warren Buffett? Would you rather go to the Midwest or Montreal? Montreal. I mean, don't get me wrong. Listening to the Quebecois talk to each other is terrible, but hanging out with fur trappers all weekend is still more fun than being in the Midwest. I drove by his house every day for 3 years in college, and I always said, "I'm coming for you, Warren." And just look at me now. All right, that was good. Rude, just rude. I'm closer to Montreal. That's not true either. ES doesn't look great on the 4 hour. It looks like a downtrend is forming. It just failed the 320. Look at it go. It's up 13% today. God, I'm fucking awesome. This is, I mean, I don't think you need to go out to the 4 hour to find, like, ES just looks bearish. It's in a downtrend, and it just rejected hard as fuck off of the test of the breakout. Pro 600 or 800 depends on if you want to hook it up to your water supply or not. They have different pumps, so one of them's line fed, the other one's got like a reservoir. I think I have the 600. $1 million share candle on AGL, spicy. Yep. I wonder if I'm gonna get fucked on my debit spread, like I did yesterday on my credit spreads, where they closed $1 out of the money at the end of the day. Yep, probably. My son's turning 9 this weekend. There's a lot that's scary about raising a kid these days, but I'd rather have the reality of a military draft to go fight in Montreal than Baghdad. Yeah, alright, that's fair. Wait, why would anyone want this country to be involved in a military adventure? What? Long LMT? That's the first thing I can think of. And then also long Tesla as a hedge for when Elon gets pissy that he's not getting all the government's money. I don't have a 9-year-old son. Having children this day and age is selfish. We don't have a lot of clean air. Stop making more people to breathe it. I made 2 spawns. My bad. God damn it. Gherkin doing his part to make sure the wealth is not distributed any further. You're in Pickles Picks. You expected building permits housing starts to miss tomorrow? But the way positioning is set up going into tomorrow, what kind of effect do you think it'll have? Well, first off, not a big one. But yeah, I think getting funding for projects is going to be a bit difficult. And usually this is around the time you start to see demand for funding pick up. Um, and getting those projects rolling. That way, construction can start in like spring, summer. But I think with rates where they're at, a lot of contractors are going to be both unqualified to pay the loans, and will have a hard time getting access to capital due to the potential for a downturn in the valuation of the asset. My boss has 11 kids, and when he dies, he wants at least 1K offspring. What the fuck? Has he met Elon? They should start like an online community. Project managers and developers. Find developers. Don't argue semantics about the home construction industry with me. My banker said I'm qualified for a loan, my ninja. Either that or I'm qualified for a ninja loan. I'd like it if this bounce held up, but it's not looking great. Am I gonna have to burn my fucking day trade? 160%. Where's this going? 59.55, 59.60. Still a shitload of sold puts at 55. Why aren't they pumping this harder? There's sold puts everywhere now. Everything's just sold puts. Nah, they're gonna get it. I'm gonna do all that for nothing, right? Why not box it? I guess I could. I don't want to do it yet. We're not even like at 60. I wanted to test 60 first. Mm, $35.50. Hmm. Well, the downside gap. There's no more bot pits down. Still a shitload of sold puts up at 55. Vol does pick up below GN. So retested the trend and failed. That's not a good look. So gamma flips negative under 45 on the 0 DTs. Or 44.62. So gamma's negative there. It's both downside gaps filled. It's 320 right now. Support's at 40 still. Uh, we found it odd that there's a ton of positioning for OPEC tomorrow, but not a whole lot after that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, usually the December Jan expirations are kind of like that, and then everyone repositions like the following week. You should switch to futures so you don't have to worry about day trades. On an unrelated note, you should increase the stream resolution to 1440 and move your head. Is the stream resolution not 1440? I don't know if I recorded 1440. I think it's just 1080. Really a $3 range. Blast from the past. Is this OPEX? Tomorrow is. Hmm. So we're getting some sold 45s, sold 40s. Gamma rockets to the upside. So if they can get this over the hump at like 47, they can push it right back up to like 50 or 55. I thought they would have tried to save all those puts they sold at 60. They didn't close any of them. They just sold more. What a gap up. 47 is pretty important for the breakout here. I guess DNGN, maybe more so, but at least on the 0DT contract, 47 is really important. Hmm. $30 left. Logic for your straddle tomorrow. I'd like to not buy it at 59.50. That's about it. Probably get it for next Wednesday. Let's see what pricing looks like tonight. I can just look right now. That's up to 22nd. Yeah, vol on the 22nd ones isn't too bad. I just don't want it at 50. Kind of makes sense. So I'm just short vol here more. Mind talking through your logic? Gherkin, if I'm addicted, what should I do? To what? For a buy and hold, if you see my other message. Have you ever looked at GWW? No. Don't think I have. Distribution services, wholesale distributor. Looks like they went fucking crazy during the election. Big beneficiary of tariffs, I assume. Um the technical like formation here is not great, but um I would assume if tariffs were instituted, that'd be pretty good for them. I think I saw them on like one of the bank lists for like tariff exposed stocks. Sergeant Skew reporting for duty, sir. David Lynch? Is he the guy who wrote the song about the Special Olympics? I have a 40 and a 60. Although I guess I could technically buy back the 60 here. Oh no, I don't want to do that. That's David Byrne. David Lynch is the guy who made Twin Peaks. I don't even know what that is. Previously assigned to kernel correlation. I don't know why bulls are letting this sit inside all their sold puts. Are they just not selling enough puts? Do they need to sell more? What's the fucking issue here? Gamma's positive. They just can't push it up to positive delta. They failed there. 48. Almost got it. But gamma's only positive on the 0 DTE, which is becoming less relevant. Shake off and evolve to the upside. Only if they get it above 55. Oh, there they go. Look, it's pushing back on those call sellers. Yeah, quite a lot of call sellers. I got it. It's the 50, 365, 35, 16, 20. Don't care where we close now. Although below 34 or above 57 would be dope. The AGL pump? What's it doing now? Selling off. Yeah. Still looks pretty good. It just blew up my port. You don't have any theta? Is the AGL pump over? I know nothing about it, but I have green calls. I mean, it looks like it's closing above delta neutral, which is kind of cool. $2 of theta. Jesus Christ. I'm still green on AGL. I might put back in. The fucking contracts are like 20 cents a month out. What are you saving by buying weeklies? Weeklies are 3 cents. They are now. Is posting the idiot trade way after you bought the first leg help anyone? Doesn't matter. The first leg was right there the whole fucking day. I hope AGL weekly AGL guy is weekly AGL guy is joking. He probably is. The new 5935, 5950 call vertical to protect your existing one. Yeah. Saw the credit spread. So now it's like max minimum profit is 285 if we close like right around here. And then if we close below 40, I get like 785, or above 58, I get 1,000, 1,200. Robinhood's offering 2% uncapped retirement match. That's actually kind of nuts. You probably have to stay there for 5 years. You couldn't read the first leg because you don't stream at the highest fidelity. You definitely couldn't read it. Turn your resolution up. Maybe you're watching the stream on like 720. How's AQN doing today? Ooh, AQN's up like quite a bit today. Nice, 3%. Returns. I fucking loaded the bottom on this. I hope it bounces back to 5. That'd be dope. Cassius is 601. You owned the stock before I ever talked about it? He lives in Chicago. They don't have their own currency. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Nice. What? I got a 39-cent dividend. Yeah. It pays like 6.1% or something like that. It was more, but they cut the dividend. That's good yield. Yeah. Well, 2K AQN at 433. Got 40,000 now at like 440. Maybe I should stop buying it. Where does the yield come from? The dividend? Don't you dare. Stay true to yourself. How the fuck do I see history on the Fidelity app? I sold the shares last week to buy puts. You fucking degenerate son of a bitch. No, this doesn't look great for tomorrow. Kind of depressing if we close at 40, though. We got 8 minutes, and we could go either way. Delta's positive here still. Although that pump out to 60 is looking less and less likely. Someone's selling the absolute fuck out of the 59.50 call. $59.50 butterfly? It's probably not worth much. I wish you could place trades in your broker and it would automatically port them into option strat. There's a big divergence between SPY and we towards the end here. NQ. Ooh, dumps. Yeah, dump it. I sold it like 4. My cost basis is 608. So you sold at a loss? You sold a long-term hold at a loss to buy puts on the SPX? You're fucking out of control. Did you at least make money on the puts? I did? Alright. Did you make back your $2 a share? Make sure you don't get a wash sale. It's in my Roth. Okay. Trading your Roth on the SPX 0 DTs. Ooh, this is awesome. I hope it keeps selling off. I'll make more money. We perfect. Just need it a little lower. Under 35. It's a pretty bearish close. Call sellers won out. Digital failed breakout of DM. Not yet, it hasn't. DN's at 285. Also new high, which is definitely relevant. They're closing under 59.40. Maybe. Yeah, we could, I mean, we could technically dump here a little bit. If we lose 38, we could fall back towards like 30 or 25. Not a lot of time, though. Woo! Damn. It's kind of nasty. Freaking dump into close. Ding ding. That worked out. Yeah, what a day. Fucking started off so boring, though. I'd prefer not to ever do that again. E2 3 ports down. They hold 59.40. We dumping? It's not a good sign. So, I think we closed pretty close to where I expected. Not quite as low. I'd said like 59.28. So, almost got it. But yeah, not a good sign. Not a clear rejection off of gamma neutral. We still need to lose 59.20. Or 59.05, but you know, doesn't look bullish. Not a very strong signal. Especially with the low close into end of day. We could get some more weakness tomorrow. A loss of 59.05, probably pretty devastating for the bulls that came in on the PPI report. It was a pretty big fucking downside gap there. So yeah, that's interesting. On the longer time frames, looks like starting to look a lot like another bear rally. Obviously, a breakdown of 59.48 uh, would help confirm that. But losing 59.80 is at least minor support lost into the end of the day. A breakdown 59.48 would be confirmation of a breakdown from the local high and reopen that like 5,800 test. Um, Dollar down a little bit today, not very much. Still holding pretty close to 109. Yields fell throughout the day, but started to turn back up a little bit towards close. The 10-year is still above 4.6, although it's given up some ground. We could definitely see those move back up with heightened inflation expectations. Don't forget that oil's still quite high at 77 a barrel. Commodities pretty flat. I know nat gas was up quite a bit today, but I think everything else kind of just moderate. Henry Hub. Yeah, nat gas climbed 5.68% today. So that's kind of neat. Correlation started to turn around a little bit into the end of the day. I had noted earlier that it looked like it was bottoming out. Still hasn't swung back the other way, but as we move into this expiration, there's a very good chance that we could see a lot of the correlation or a lot of the dispersion trade in the index break down, because this is kind of the big expiration for like single equities, the leap expiration. And so, it's very possible that a lot of those big dispersion trades may not come back in, given the uncertainty moving forward with the BOJ decision, with Trump's inauguration, all of that coming next week. Carry trade leverage down from 9.5x to about 9. Forward yield on volatility turned back up a little bit into the end of the day at negative 4.55. Still not positive, but it's about a 2% increase from its intraday low. We are seeing a little bit more action in the short end of the carry, but not a ton. We want to see all three of those de-risking. And if we do, that's probably very, very bad for tech. Bond volatility fell yesterday to 93, in line with the drop in correlation. Slight turnaround today probably won't make much of a difference, but bond volatility definitely didn't pick up much. Skew dropped yesterday after the big spike. I would say keep an eye on this tonight. See if tonight's print, which should come in about, I think it's like 11 minutes. I can't remember if it's Chicago close or 4:15. It's one of the two. Anyway, if skewed continues to drop here, that might be an indication that this bear rally is kind of coming to an end. And we might be getting set up for another leg to the downside. Breadth, stocks over the 20-day moving average hit a high of 66 today. No, this is yesterday still. So probably a bit more under the 20-day moving average at the end of day to day. ES is down about 25 points. RSP was still up though. Yeah, it's possible that we don't really see breadth fall off too much here. Correlation between VIX, cash VIX, still moving up. Now at 70%, higher than the prior high, where it hit about 67, 68, before kind of letting loose. And we still have like a pretty consistent like trend of higher and higher vol over time, and this is kind of indicating that. So we're not seeing volatility get back down to those like 14 or 12 levels like we were seeing before on the VIX. And it's harder to sustain these short vol positions, especially with the indexes below gamma neutral. So as the correlation continues to rise here, the chances of volatility spiking are going to go up. Fed fund futures still about the same, less than one rate cut by June. I will say that the bear steepener did pull back a little bit. I think it was 38.2 earlier, 37.4. So kind of flattening out. I mean, it's not really turning around or anything, so nothing to worry about there. Out here on the daily for SPX, we tested twice now. We've tested the 50 MA and rejected off of it. We closed right above the 30 EMA. Failure there definitely opens up the downside move back to fill the gap, like 58.72, 58.71. And then, once that gap's filled, if there's no additional support, I would say a continuation to the downside, maybe a retest of like 57.74 or lower. German, thank you so much, dude. That's about it for today. For U.S. 10-year at 4.62, earnings yield for the S&P at 3.29. Anyway, that's about it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow or tonight at our fourth quant roundtable, where you guys are feel free to drop into the Discord and chat with us and ask some questions about our upcoming product, Gamma Strike. See, I can do it. All right, later, guys.